Well, let's have a brief intermission. We'll serve refreshments after seminar.
Oh, you're out? That's right, I'm glad.
Oh, hey, since my game's so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the
Yes,
strain.
Minecraft.
What do we have here?
Play Minecraft now. Yes.
Yes, it seems like it'll work. Let's give
Did
it
it
a
have?
shot.
I don't know. Minecraft time.
Well, Stan, is this any better? At last, the one thing you told us about the game had absolutely nothing to do with it. But is it all right? Don't be mistaken. It is never been. I said this was I'm making things for years. From now on, I will only create a function that creates Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house.
I did not. It's my dirt house, Chad. No, I didn't. I did not.
Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made a mistake.
How did I?
That your own inadequacy.
I'm crying. That was. How? I did not think that was gonna happen. I was joking. I was joking. I was joking. I was joking. I don't want to go into. This is not. No, I did not know that this existed. Chat, what just happened? Chat, my. I'm just so shook. I was not expecting that to happen. I can't even go in here. Yes, this is lovely, actually.
It could only be better. Wait, that's it. We must
Oh, my
weave
brain.
out of diamond.
Dies.
Diamond, everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come
Thank
on,
you for the
Stanley.
hard
You
train.
have to get mining.
I did not expect that to happen. I missed it. No, I'm definitely gonna make a TikTok. We're going mining? Okay, Jen, let's go mining. This is a good game. I like game. But I can't jump. Oh. What the fuck, dude? I was not expecting that at all.
It looks like it's going to get a bit dark. You want a light?
I guess we're playing Minecraft, chat. You auto. I don't have a light. I just scrolled my wheel and does. Oh, E does a button. What the heck? My like stomach hurts from laughing that hard. I was iron.
This was far more open-ended than I had. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This
No.
would do it all.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
I was going to say this
Keep
would
going.
Okay, new game.
Oh! Chat, that was the weirdest thing ever. How did that happen? How? Because I'm punching.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it.
What now?
Trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspiring. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out.
Throw it. Throw it. Oh. I have this. Is this Portal? I've never played this game today, actually. I know what it is, but I've never played it. I've seen people play it. I have clipboard. gonna take this clip.
Okay, so I created a weird recording. I'm re-recording the recording right now because it didn't save. I want to edit it so I can put it on YouTube. It's my archive. Now here's the thing. I don't know Twitch terms of service. I don't know them. I just come here to education. Mystical glee. It means I am a fool. With lots and lots and lots of O's. I am a fool. That is what I come here to do. To fool. Nothing's currently happening right now because I only turned this on to say a couple sentences. But let's show what I am writing right now. Come on, you stupid little URL. Come over here. Where I can see you. Yes, little URL where I can see you. Now we have a window for this. It's called Window Grab. Technology. Technology is alive. Okay, so I created a weird recording. I'm re-recording the recording right now because it didn't save. But I want to edit it so I can put it on YouTube. It's my archive. Now here's the thing. I don't know Twitch terms of service. I don't know them. I just come here to education. Mystical glee. It means I am a fool. With lots and lots and lots of O's. I am a fool. That is what I come here to do. To fool. Nothing's currently happening right now because I only turned this on to say a couple sentences. But let's show what I am writing right now. Come on, you stupid little URL. Come over here. Where I can see you. Yes! Little URL where I can see you. Now we have a window for this. It's called Window Grab. Technology. Technology is alive. Why is it so tiny? Unlock that. Lock that one. The point is this. Technology is alive. We are in the mind. This is my trip. Oh, look. Okay. Technology is alive. Technical difficulty. It has to be the meaning of life. Literally, I experienced dream enlightenment consisting only of this. Technology being difficult. I am in I Squad. I stands for information. I stands for me. I stands for I. I am I. IT is information therapy. Hey, we don't worry about this technical difficult problem. This is the meaning of life. When we create information therapy, we create troubleshooting. Troubleshooting. When there is trouble, we do shooting. We shoot the trouble, and this is what happens. We don't worry anymore. We say, so this is how troubleshooting works. This is turning into an episode of what is called Off the Cusp, where I ramble. That's what Off the Cusp means. It means I tell you information, amusing information. Because this is my craft, adventure. I'm making this so I can listen to it later and write it down and show it to people and stuff, but they're gonna look at it after I'm dead and stuff. So, I'm gonna show it to people, but I am people. I'm gonna die, but I will have made this. And, some people will watch this, or listen to it, or whatever. But they don't want to do it while I'm alive. So what were we talking about? Troubleshooting. Shooting trouble. Shooting problems. The meaning of life. Let's go back to the message I wrote about this. Life is difficult. Technology. We use it for the purpose of information. And it is difficult to do. And sometimes it works. And then we have happy, good, happy. Like Stanley pushing the button. That's what makes Stanley happy, is pushing the button. Clearly, that's the message of the Stanley parable, is that pushing the button makes him happy. This game speaks to me at a level I can't barely even translate into words. Because the Stanley's job is pushing the button, okay? So he goes to his office, sit at a desk, and this is what he does. He pushes the button. It's Stanley's magic touch. This week I've been going to people playing Stanley Parable to talk to them about Stanley, because I love Stanley. He lives
Happy, like the
in
Stanley
me. I
pushing
am
his button
Stanley.
computer.
I am in the mind of Stanley, it feels like. So the game Stanley Parable speaks to me at this level. It's an incredible level. All this time we're having a scene here with nothing but this stupid technology is a live text. Because what did I do with this thing? I covered the entire picture. I have this really cool Stanley Parable thing. I'm talking about Stanley and technology here. The reason why I'm doing this is because the first volume of what I've made is a starting point. It's like an origin. It's like the ground we're going to stand on to do any of the other stuff I'm going to do with my art. Which is explaining amusing information to you. So this is what Stanley does. He pushes the buttons. He has a magic touch, and he goes around touching everything in the office, and he tries to find where everyone went. Basically, his job is to push the button. Okay, the core message of the Stanley Parable is to understand the meaning of life, to understand the meaning of what Stanley is doing, why he's doing it, and how he's doing it. So technology is like super duper alive, and Stanley goes into his office and goes on the computer. The computer tells him to push the buttons, and his job is to push the button. That's what he goes there to do. That's the currency being exchanged, is the screen needs him to push buttons, and so he does it. Something comes up on the screen, Stanley has to push a button in response to what comes up on the screen. That's how it works. It's predicated upon there being something that needs doing and somebody to do the thing, to push the button. A Stanley to push the button. So Stanley, this is the skill that Stanley has, button pushing and screen reading. These are the two things that occur so that Stanley can work. Supposing that there wasn't a screen, but there was buttons. Stanley could push the buttons, but he would then have to make a choice. He would then have to select what buttons to push, and under this premise, it's a puzzle. Under this premise, the puzzle is, well, okay, so there are buttons to be pushed, but there are no instructions describing which buttons to push. For what reason, or when, or why. There's absolutely no structure to the button pushing whatsoever if there were to be no screen and no instructions for Stanley. So that situation of button pushing wouldn't be a job. That would be button pushing for recreation, strictly for fun. Because in order to have fun, Stanley needs to essentially push whichever buttons that he wants to push, rather than the buttons that the screen's telling him. Because here's the thing, there is no screen. If there is a screen telling you to push the button, okay, you can push the button, you can obey the screen, you can obey the narrator. But supposing there isn't, supposing there is no screen, supposing there is no narrator, you suddenly escape. You are the Sly Man. You are Stanley. At that point, pushing the button happens of itself. That's the sudden escape. That's the Sly Man. The Stanley Parable is just so eternal. It's one of the greatest images in the Stanley Parable is where Stanley's running along and he, instead of continuing into the same door he's gone into over and over, because here's the thing, hesitation. As you go through the doors that are in Stanley's office, you start to notice that they close. You walk through the door closes. This is a Zen image, because when you walk through a door and turn around and realize there was never a door, that's one of the images for Zen, for understanding the direct pointing to the human mind. But there's actually a lot of situations in Stanley Parable that are like this, where once you notice the motion of the doors, the way the doors close, the way they can be opened or closed if you push the button, the door button, two things are possible. There are certain doors you are able to, what's the word I'm looking for? This is fructose. You're able to fool the door. You're able to bamboozle it. That's the word I was looking for. You bamboozle the boss's office door. The boss's office door bamboozle is such. Stanley goes to enter the boss's office, except he doesn't. He backs up instead of going. Boss's office door closes. Narrator is gone. This is the sudden escape. Stanley, the door is closed, so he cannot go through the freedom ending at this point. So what you do is you go back. You go all the way back to the set of two open doors. Only one of them is open. You can't go take any other paths. The path you've taken is there. You go back through it. And a new door is available. Through that door is an elevator and a stair architecture. And what Stanley does here is climbs the stairs from something like floor 780. And there's quite a bit of climbing till you presumably reach what is the top at these stairs. Every single floor is identical. Supposing the office, Stanley's office, is eternal and is a construct of something. It's a construct of button pushing. It's a construct of what it means to live, to experience, to have XP, to have adventure, to have a story. But the narrator's gone when you hesitate, when you go to the boss's door but you don't go. The boss's door closes, you go back to the beginning, you climb the stairs, and you suddenly escape. The whole parable is describing Stanley's button-pushing actualization, his technological aliveness, and his eternal suchness, essentially. I'm currently in an idea pile state for the second Adventure Basics collection, which must get made. This must happen. This is the interpolation of Zen, of psychedelic, mystic shamanism through alive technology and through the parable. Parable's the only word that is able to convey what I'm doing with the adventure format here. So this session is a draft for where we go. I've crafted the first session of Stanley. Someone Was Fooling Stanley is the title of this series. It was very, very clear that that was the title. Right away, it was instantly apparent someone was fooling Stanley. Is what describes what I'm doing with Stanley Parable and philosophy, education, art here. So let's pull up the Stanley's Haunt. Did we make the point about the technology being alive? Did I complete this thread? Yeah, Stanley pushing the button. That's difficult technology. I have dreams about this. Technology doesn't work in dreams, and Stanley Parable does something with this. It speaks to that piece of my brain, is what allowed this whole thing to come to life.
What a dick. I guess I was the dick, wasn't I? Okay, was that ending number 1? Was that my first ending? What the heck? What just happened? That was freaking funny. I didn't expect that at all. Jeff really chose the stressful ending. Yeah, I didn't enjoy that at all. Was there a way to make it stop? Tiger looking in the Merbury 2.0. Wait, how'd your stream break, Tiger? Okay, let's go.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah, I want the normal
Stanley
ending.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Okay.
sent a memo.
What? What? That one didn't close last time, I swear. Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered.
Yeah, I beat it. Okay, cool. That's short.
We don't need to see that one.
Okay,
right
so now we have
We're
fun,
watching
huh?
the confusion ending.
Okay, so I heard something about the closet ending that I need to get.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, I didn't.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Main ending is up for endless debate? Oh, interesting. I argue this game doesn't end. It's eternal. What the? Whoa, dude. I think this game is a lot deeper than I initially thought it would be.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Okay. I don't think I do.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Do I? Do I? Do I go left or straight? I'll go left this time.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Whoa, dude, this is nuts. The sun. Oh. We're going down. Ah! Oh, dude, that's just so loud. You're gonna stream a little on the back because I'm gonna keep working. Right on! Yo, Kiro, have a great stream, man. Oh, no. I missed the duh. I thought you said I'm gonna stream. I'm stupid. Yo. My bad. Yo, thanks for the lurk, man. Appreciate it. Sorry, dude. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm Toos. Yo, thanks for that host, my dude. Let's go. Appreciate it, man. Hold on, I need to fix something. Whoop. But yeah, Elephant got mod. Otimer. He's desperately wanted it. You didn't even realize that you just skipped half the beginning sequences straight up. I mean, I figure I'm missing a lot of stuff, but like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I figure I'm missing a lot, but I'm just kind of plowing through whatever.
No,
oh,
it's to the right. My mistake.
Okay.
No,
Oh.
not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
What's up, Suze? Yo, it's not horror.
Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep. Okay. Yes, I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Sure. Positive? No, like the game just put you right in front of the doors. Oh, yeah. Don't believe his lies. Okay. Yeah, it might look like it's horror Suze, but it's not. Oh!
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to.
This is a spoiler.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Okay, so that's one ending. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Actually, it's pretty haunting, but there's no pop-ups though, right? There's no jump scares.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The game? Why'd you make me lose the game, bro? What? They're a lot better than jump scares, you're right. Wait, why aren't the doors closing anymore? Huh? Whoa. Sometimes a person will show up in a window? That sounds sketch AF, are you kidding? Oh, shoot!
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Whoa. Huh? Left, right, up, down, straight. Where do I go? I wrote the story. Votes? Votes? Left, right? First one I see, I'm going. First one I see, I'm going. Left, right, straight. Left, right, straight. Where the frick is north? Bottom? Yo, trolls! Going right.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better.
This place is huge.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know. Dude, what? This game is kind of spooky. Kind of spooked.
Okay, yep.
What?
That's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is
Oh
bad,
my
but
gosh,
it just
Zoe.
came from.
Who is that?
Let's go back the other direction.
Who is that?
And see if we missed anything.
Okay. Is that 420? 420! I really hope that that door just opens. When it opens, there's just smoke that just comes out everywhere.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The
What?
story. Here it comes.
What? I'm scared.
Wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way.
I'm freaking out, man.
Retrace our steps.
Ah?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so.
What?
I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what?
Welcome back, Fire Yo! How you doing, man?
What you're supposed to be doing. How about this? You win! Congratulations!
Oh, if I beat
You
it.
put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Tonight, at any rate, we've got to go through some theoretical material, so we're on a head trip. I don't know where the trip will end up. It depends on you. But in order to lay the foundation for this, we've got to examine ideas that are basic to our common sense. Ideas are very powerful. It's not only emotions that are powerful in human life. Psychoanalysis has, of course, examined the emotional bases of human opinions and beliefs, but one should also examine the intellectual bases of psychological principles, or theories, or therapies, because everybody who speaks a language at all has underneath the surface of the language, or the figuring that he uses, certain basic assumptions which are usually unexamined. And these unexamined systems of belief are extremely powerful in their influence over our lives. We'll begin with one very common idea that's built into our common sense, which is that the world, the physical world, consists of two aspects, respectively form and matter. This was foisted on us by Aristotle, and also by the Bible, because it is said that God created man out of the dust of the earth, and as it were made a figurine in his own image, and then breathed the breath of life into its nostrils, so that this form of clay became a living being. And so underneath that lies the notion that everything material is made of some sort of basic stuff, like clay is the basis of pots. And for centuries, scientists, philosophers wanted to know, what is that stuff? What are we made of? Now look here, a carpenter makes tables out of wood, and a potter makes pots out of clay. But I ask you, is a tree made of wood? Obviously not. A tree is wood. It's not made of it. Is a mountain made of rock? Obviously not. It is rock. See, our language contains innumerable ghosts. Supposing I say, the lightning flashes. Surely the flashing is the same as the lightning. There is not one thing called lightning and another called flashing. The lightning is the flashing. It is raining. What is this it that is raining? The raining. I could make a noun out of a verb any time by turning it into a gerund. So we populate the world with ghosts, which arise out of the structure of our language, and thus, therefore, of the structure of our thinking, because we think in language or in figuring in numbers. And so it's of intensely fascinating investigation to find out what are the hidden assumptions that underlie language and figuring. In other words, language and mathematics. And here is this basic assumption, you see, that is almost with us all. It comes again and again into our everyday speech, that form, pattern, organization, organisms are made of something. As if there were some inert, primordial, and of course stupid stuff which had to be put into shape by an energy and an intelligence other than the stuff. Like the intelligence of the potter shapes the clay. So therefore, we have a basic picture of the world in which everything is being pushed around. There's a boss. There's somebody in charge who is different from what that somebody is in charge of, and puts everything into shape. Because our common sense does not allow that things shape themselves. Very odd. In Chinese, the word for nature is zirang, which is that which is so of itself, the spontaneous. The Chinese have no difficulty in thinking about nature as self-shaping. A Chinese child would not ask its mother, how was I made? It would ask its mother, how did I grow? Which would be quite different, you see. So to be made is to be commanded, and therefore every good being obeys. Whether you obey God or whether you obey the laws of nature, you obey. And an analog, therefore, of the world that has been put into our common sense is one of military command. Note that. Because the image of God, I would go further and say the idolatrous image of God, which has been handed down to us, is one of the beneficent tyrant, the boss, Big Papa. So then, when our physicists started to find out what stuff was, they went into it and examined it with ever more minute instruments. They first started cutting up things with knives and cutting them smaller and smaller and smaller until the particle that they wanted to dissect was exactly the same width as the edge of the knife. And so they got an atom. And that word in Greek, atomos, means the non-cuttable. Non-tomos cuttable. That's the basic atom. What you can't cut anymore because you got down to the end. Well, they weren't satisfied with that. So they got an atomos, in other words, a particle of something or other that was just the same width as the blade of the knife edge, and they looked at it under a microscope. And they saw that it seemed to be composed of more small particles. So they found out means of working those out, and then they found out extraordinary means of investigating the properties of matter. Then they reached a point where they couldn't decide whether it was particles or whether it was waves. So they called them wavicles. They thought they had come to certain ultimate wavicles called electrons. But then, unfortunately, everything fell apart, and they found protons, mesons, and many other extraordinary things. Because, of course, what they didn't realize was that as you make more and more powerful microscopic instruments, the universe has to get smaller and smaller in order to escape the investigation. Just as when the telescopes become more and more powerful, the galaxies have to recede in order to get away from the telescopes. Because what is happening in all these investigations is, through us and through our eyes and senses, the universe is looking at itself. And when you try to turn around to see your own head, what happens? You see? It runs away. You never get at it. You can't bite your own teeth. You can't touch the tip of this finger with the tip of this finger. This is the principle. Shankara explains it beautifully in his commentary on the Kena Upanishad, where he says that that which is the knower, the ground of all knowledge, is never itself an object of knowledge, just as fire doesn't burn itself. So there's always that profound mystery that you are never going to be in absolute control of what goes on, because if you were, to be like making love to a plastic woman. And who wants that? There always is the mystery. The thing we don't know. As Vanderloo put it, the mystery of life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. If there were not that, you see, there would be no life. The reason why certain people turn to philosophy, why I became a philosopher, was that since I was a little boy, I always felt that existence as such was weird. I mean, here we are. Isn't that odd? Of course it's odd. What do you mean by odd? Well, that's what's different from even. I mean, what's odd stands out. What's even lies flat. But you can't see the outstanding without the flat background. Here's the thing standing out. That's odd. Each one of you is odd. Strange, unique, particular, different. How do we know what we mean by that, except against the background of something even, that is not differentiated, like space? And so you get this philosophical itch. You begin to scratch your head and think about, why is that so? Well, after a while, you realize that's a meaningless question. And you ask, how is it so? Well, that leads you into science and other investigations. So you want to know, what is it? I mean, this happening, this thing called existence. What is it? You ask that question long enough, and it suddenly hits you that if you could answer it, you wouldn't know what terms to put the answer in. I mean, when we investigate the properties of nature, and we do get some answers, all the answers are in terms of particular structures, forms, patterns. And these can be measured, and their behavior can be predicted. But when I want to ask the question, what are the forms made of? I mean, what is it really? We can't think of any way in which we could answer the question. Because we would have to have a class of all classes. When you ask the question, what? It's like saying, is you is or is you ain't? Is you animal? Is you vegetable? Is you mineral? Are you a Republican or a Democrat? Are you male or female? Are you a Christian or a Jew or a Hindu or what have you? We classify always to give an answer to the question, what is it? And when you classify, you distinguish an inside group from an outside group. Right. So what we want to know is, what is the group of all groups? Well, we can't imagine what the outside would be. So we can't answer the question. What is it? So the physicists finally abandoned the quest for stuff. And they gave us a description of the universe entirely in terms of form. The pattern, not the stuff. When people ask, what's the what? Yeah, but you can't do that. What's the pattern made of? Surely it mustn't be an answer to that. See, what happens is, when you turn up the microscope, all stuff turns into form. It becomes articulate. You know, the carpet looks like some sort of stuff. But when you look at it under a microscope, you will see the crystalline structure of the nylon or whatever it's made of. See? They want to know, what are those crystals made of? All right? Turn up the volume, and you will find molecules. Turn up the volume. You find wavicles. But we think the wavicles must be of something. But of course they're not. We find the substance or stuff totally vanishes. And we're left with form. Sanskrit doesn't really have a word for matter. It has namarupa, which means named form. It's the form that matters. Or let's put it in another way, everything is a matter of form. Let's go into this, it's fascinating. You say, does it matter? What does that mean? Does it matter? Is it important? In other words, does it measure up to anything? All right, let's go back to the Indo-European roots of the language. Matter comes from a Sanskrit root matra, which means to measure. To lay out the foundations, say, for a building. So from this root matra, we get, going on into Sanskrit, we get the word maya. And maya is generally translated illusion, although it also means magic, creative power. The word illusion, switch over, we get that from Latin, and that comes from the Latin ludere, to play. Let's pretend that we matter. And so, also from the root matra, see, you get meter, that is also to measure. You get metir in Greek, mater in Latin, which means mama, mother. The mother of Buddha was called Maya. Mary, Ma again, is the mother of Jesus. Ma, 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 ma. But Ma, you see, is a matter of form. Pattern. The Chinese call the basic principle of nature Li, and the character for Li means the markings in jade, the fiber in muscle, the grain in wood. So Joseph Needham translates it organic pattern. And that's what's going on. And there isn't any stuff involved. What stuff is a pattern seen out of focus, where it becomes fuzzy. Like kapok, see? We say kapok is the stuffing of a cushion. And that's stuff. It's, you know, some kind of goop. But when we examine the kapok closely, we find structure. And that's what you will find, and there never will be anything else. Crazy. Because it completely flouts our common sense. We say, but surely, philosophers beat tables that are in front of them. And, you know, they say, it is there, because, bang, you know, there must be something that is stuff, that is substantial. But the only reason why you can't pass your hand through a table is the table's moving too fast. It's like trying to put your finger through an electric fan. Only it's going much faster than an electric fan. Anything solid is going so fast that there's no way to get this through it. That's all. So, you say, what is it that is going so fast? Well, that question is based on a grammatical illusion. The grammatical illusion is that all verbs have to have subjects. Can you imagine anything more weird than the idea that a verb or an action or event must be set into motion by a noun. That is to say, a non-event or thing. Now, what's the difference between a thing and an event? I can't, for the life of me, tell. We say, this is a fist. That's a noun. What happens to it when I open my hand? This thing has unaccountably disappeared. So I should have called this a fisting. And this is a handing. It may also be a pointing. So we could devise a language such as that of the Nootka Indians, where there are no nouns, there are only verbs. Chinese is very close to that. I think the superimposition of the idea of noun and verb on the Chinese language is a Western invention. I can't think of any Chinese word for a noun. But all those languages of Indo-European origin have nouns and verbs in them. They have agents and operations. And that's one of the basic snags when we divide the world into operations and agents, doers and doings. Then we ask such silly questions as, who knows? Who does it? What does it? When the what that is supposed to do it is the same as the doing. And you can very easily see that the whole process of the universe may be understood as process. Nobody's doing it. Because when you go back to doing it, you go back to the military analogy, the chain of command. The boss who goes bang and the object obeys. It's a very crude idea, very unsophisticated. So, if you can bear it, we have suddenly eliminated a spook. And the spook was called stuff. So we're now more at ease with ourselves in a world of form, Namarupa. Named forms. Well, we can of course get rid of the names. We can go further and try the experiment of not calling the forms by any names. Just observing the forms, although when we've got rid of the names, we can't even call them forms, because that's a name. And there's the bazaars going on, which Buddhists call tathata. And that means suchness, or thusness. Actually, tathata is da-da-da. Because when a baby first talks, it says da. Da, 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 da. And fathers flatter themselves that it's saying dada, daddy. It isn't. It's saying da. And so the Upanishads say tatvamasi. You're it. The basic da. But da doesn't mean anything. Da is like everything else. See, the world is a musical phenomenon. Good music never refers to anything except the music itself. You don't ask Mr. Bach, Mr. Ravi Shankar, what do you mean by this music? What is it intended to express? Bad music always expresses something other than itself, like the 1812 Overture or the Sunken Cathedral. Good music never talks about anything other than the music. If you ask Bach, what is your meaning? He said, listen. That's the meaning. Giraffes are giraffing, trees are treeing, stars are starring, clouds are clouding, rain is raining. And if you don't understand, look at it again. And people are people. Wow.
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever. Reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here.
Ja, bestimmt toll,
I'm
wie
still
jeder
here,
Muggel
here in
macht
this
für
pile of
deinen
rubbish.
Follower.
With you. You.
Und heilige
Who thought
Wache.
you were so clever? Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Kennst du das auch nicht, wahr?
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ist für mich klar?
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Ich will das Spiel
I'm
kaputt
quite sure
machen.
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Aber wir wissen
entered
noch
the
probieren,
door
aber ich
on
glaube
his
nicht, dass ich
left.
das ändere.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Schade.
Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Aber
he
wie lange
entered
ist
the
Ende?
door
Ist
on
es
his
schon wieder
left.
vorbei oder was? Wird nicht vorbei? Ende.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ding Room. Was? Oh mein Gott, Walle. Wie teuer ist das Spiel? 50 Cent, oder? Everyone is unique. You most of all. Was Leute. Einmal auf Slides und this Slide. Was Menschen wirklich wollen. Dinge. Happy Feelings ist durchgestrichen. Money, more money, things, but with money to buy more things. Okay. Please, no more charts, please, I'm begging you. Stop, stop, stop. Circle the top 20 things you love most about the job. Why did we hire you? What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, a boat, plant life, travel, please skin, spring break, hope, success, nature, lunch. Tips for not getting fired, talk less, don't it? Ja gut, ich kann halt eh nichts anderes machen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Das Ding ist, ich kann ja nichts anderes machen. Das ist so das, was mich nervt. Ich würde hier gerne rüberspringen und ich habe keine Wahl mehr. Okay, ist ja cool.
Inside his manager's office. Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Was habe ich kaputt gemacht? Sind da jetzt andere Bilder als sonst sind oder was? Das Bild ist halt echt hart mit dem Panda. Das ganze Büro.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver right there on the wall.
Warum ist ein Doggy?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Ich finde hier die Landschaft schon echt schön.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came into a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything alright? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you will ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there?
Ich war nicht. Ich wusste auch nicht, dass es so passiert.
It's okay, I promise. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice.
geil, wie er jetzt redet, so. Okay. Also ich finde, ich bin stolz auf mein Ende. Ich bin stolz auf mein Ende.
It's ruined. I can't believe after everything we talked about that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my word? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Den tollwütiger Muggel macht für den Follower.
With you.
Und
Who
Heilware.
thought you were so clever? Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you run it into the ground.
Kennst du das auch nicht wahr?
What? Did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Ich will das Spiel kaputt machen.
You'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Aber wir wissen
entered
auch
the
nicht,
door
ich
on
glaube
his
nicht, dass
left.
das ändert.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Schade.
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Aber
he
wie lange
entered
ist
the
Ende?
door
Ist
on
es
his
gleich wieder
left.
vorbei oder was? Wird nicht vorbei? Ende, bitte.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Fucking room. Was? Oh mein Gott, Walle. Wie teuer ist das Spiel? 50 Cent oder? Everyone is unique. You most of all. Was Leute. Immer auf Slides und this Slide. Was Menschen wirklich wollen. Dinge. Happy Feelings ist durchgestrichen. Money, more money things, but with money to buy more things. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging you. Stop, stop, stop. top 20 things you love most about the job. Why did we hire you? What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, a boat, plant life, travel, please skin, spring break, hope, success, nature, lunch. I'm sure not getting fired, talk less. Ja gut, ich kann halt eh nichts anderes machen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Das Ding ist, ich kann ja nichts anderes machen. Das ist so das, was mich nervt. Ich würde hier gerne rüberspringen und rumfahren. Ich habe ja keine Wahl mehr. Hier ist ja cool.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Was habe ich kaputt gemacht? Sind da jetzt andere Bilder als sonst sind oder was? Das Bild ist halt echt hart mit dem Panda. Das ganze Büro.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver right there on the wall.
Warum ist ein Doggy?
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Ich finde hier die Landschaft schon recht schön.
Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. A kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
What
you could
is...
have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
God.
Is everything alright? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You can't be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than anything I know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, there?
Wie meine... Ich wusste auch nicht, dass du passen.
It's okay, I promise. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct.
so geil, wie er jetzt redet. So. Okay. Also ich finde, ich bin stolz auf mein Ende. Ich bin stolz auf mein Ende.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to. I'm here.
Das ist bestimmt toll,
I'm
wie
still
der
here,
Muggel
here in
macht
this
für
pile of
den
rubbish.
Follower.
With you.
Und
Who
Heilware.
thought you were so clever? Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground.
Kennst du das auch nicht, wahr?
What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Das ist für mich klar.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry. Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Ich will das Spiel
I'm
kaputt
quite sure
machen.
you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
Aber wir wissen
entered
auch,
the
wo wir
door on his
kloppen
left.
drin.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry.
Schade.
Is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Aber
he
wie lange
entered
ist
the
Ende?
door
Ist
on
es
his
gleich wieder
left.
vorbei oder was? Wird das vorbei? Ende.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Meeting Room. Was? Oh mein Gott, Walle. Wie teuer ist das Spiel? 50 Cent, oder? Everyone is unique. You most of all. Was Leute. Einmal auf Slides und das Slide. Was Menschen wirklich wollen. Dinge. Happy Feelings ist durchgestrichen. Money, more money things, but with money to buy more things. Please no more charts, please, I'm begging you. Stop, stop, stop. Circle the top 20 things you love most about the job. Why did we hire you? What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, a boat, plant life, travel, clear skin, spring break, hope, success, nature, lunch. Tipp schon not getting fired, talk less, don't it? Ja gut, ich kann halt eh nichts anderes machen.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Das Ding ist, ich kann ja nichts anderes machen. Das ist so das, was mich nervt. Ich würde hier gerne rüberspringen und rumfahren. Ich habe ja keine Wahl mehr. Okay, ist ja cool.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions, and beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Was habe ich kaputt gemacht? Sind da jetzt andere Bilder als sonst sind oder was? Das Bild ist halt echt hart mit dem Panda. Das ganze Büro.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver right there on the wall.
Da ist ein Doggy.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Ich finde hier die Landschaft schon echt schön.
Okay, fine. You're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right.
What?
You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Hey? Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
Geil.
Is everything alright? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You can't go wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stand there.
Ich wusste auch nicht, dass es so passt. geil, wie er jetzt redet, so. Okay. Also ich finde, ich bin stolz auf ihn.
I was making a basic comparison between the state of consciousness of a baby and that of a so-called mature adult. Respectively, what we would call undifferentiated and differentiated. The adult consciousness being highly selective, and the baby consciousness being very open and hardly selective at all, and therefore unable to distinguish what adults consider to be the important things, which have to do with the conventions and rules that the positive aspects, whether they be called good or pleasant or life-giving and so on, must prevail over the negative aspects. And I went on to show that this contrast between the two views of the world has another marked characteristic. That in the case of the baby who hasn't been trained or told about the difference between himself and all that is defined as other than himself, doesn't distinguish between voluntary behavior and involuntary occurrence. And of course we think this is a very fundamental effect. But if we go back, you see, to a principle that underlies the whole universe with a kind of mathematical exactitude, we see that if we reduce things to the situation of primal simplicity, and we have a primordial self and other situation, that is to say, two balls in space, there is absolutely no way of telling when they move which one of them is moving or which one is still. They must necessarily appear to move mutually. There's no point of reference except each other to determine which is moving and which is still. Now, everything that goes on in the universe is simply a complication of that principle. Because the same thing holds true if you multiply the number of balls. You will see that that primordial principle, that all movement is mutual, still applies. And therefore, the baby's failure to distinguish between the voluntary and the involuntary, the I and the other, is in a way correct. Psychologists, psychoanalysts in particular, make a great deal of this contrast and consider that the baby's view is inferior to the adult's. And if an adult should acquire that view, in psychoanalysis this would be called regression. The point that is missed is that the two ways of looking at things need each other to balance out. And that one needs the baby's view as a basis for the adult view, because if you don't have it, you take the adult view too seriously. Get completely carried away by it. And that would be analogous to a person who, in playing poker, loses his nerve because he doesn't realize it's only a game. So he becomes a very bad player. In exactly the same way, we in life are only playing a game. But because we didn't keep the baby view, we can't see it. So what we would call a Buddha view is one that knows both, and therefore is not taken in by the adult games, although perfectly capable of playing them, but insofar as they are not regarded as finally and absolutely serious, he is not captivated by them. Now, therefore, one asks the question, that sounds very interesting, but how do I recapture the baby point of view? And I showed that that was the wrong question, because it arises entirely and exclusively out of the adult point of view. Because the adult point of view involves the fiction that I exist as an agent independently of everything else that's going on. So ask, how can I do this? And the important thing is to realize that the feeling of there being this isolated I is part of the game, and it has no fundamental reality except as a convention. And so long as that isn't clear, we're confused. I reiterated the point that when we ask to whom must it become clear, or to whom is it not clear, that this too was all part of the illusion of the world that the adult presents to the child. So the only way in which the child's vision can come again is in the realization that the I can't do anything about it at all, and can't even do nothing about it. All possibilities of vision for what we call I myself are out. And this, and of course, is the same meaning that the Christian or the Islamic mystics would say, that the mystical experience is the gift of God. There's nothing you can do to get it. That's a clumsy way, really, of saying the same thing. Because so long as you are trying or not trying, you are aggravating the sensation of the separate ego. Now that in itself, you see, as I talk about it, presents a certain difficulty. Or one thinks it's difficult. There would be a second difficulty if we were to go on and say, it isn't only the illusion of the ego, but the whole valuation system that we put on the complexity of vibrations we call awareness of life. All the various valuations that are put on this by the social game are maya, that is to say, they are illusory, basically. Because it's only in play, as it were, that we say this is good and this is bad, this is advantageous, this is disadvantageous. And so we would go on to say after this, but I cannot imagine anything more difficult than overcoming that hypnosis. I am so enchanted by this system that the idea of treating it as not really very serious seems to me unthinkable. Of course, you have to think that. It's like a hypnotist working on somebody and saying, you are not going to remember any of this conversation after you come to. And so he's put the suggestion into you that you forget the whole thing. So in the same way, the suggestion has been put into all of us that these rules that we have learned are sacrosanct. And that they don't say, you will not be able to think otherwise. They say they are true. They are the truth. You see? And that is the same function as the hypnotic suggestion, put into us ever since we were receptive children. So naturally, it's all part of the conspiracy which we are playing on ourselves. We can't blame our parents for this, because their parents played it on them. And they bought it. And don't forget that time goes backwards. You see? You can't blame this on the past, because now in the present you are creating the values of the past. And you are buying them all along, see? So there's no out on this. You see, in a way, psychoanalytically, one is given an out by saying, well, the parents didn't bring up their children properly. And American people are consumed with guilt about the way they bring up their children. So we must abandon completely the notion of blaming the past for any kind of situation we're in. And reverse our thinking and see that the past always flows back from the present. That now is the creative point of life. And so you see, it's like the idea of forgiving someone. You change the meaning of the past by doing that. It's like also when you watch the flow of music. The melody, as it is expressed, is changed by notes that come later. Just as the meaning of a sentence, especially say, take German or Latin, where there's the convention of placing a verb at the end of a sentence, you wait, in other words, till later to find out what the sentence means, according to our way of feeling it. So it is also in our language, if I say I love you, you don't know, when I've said I, what I is doing. I could say I hate you. So we don't know until later. So in other words, the word love or the word hate changes the function of the word I. And then I was going to say, I love flowers. Oh, but I love you. See? And so the word later changes the meaning of those that go before. The present is always changing the past. So when you get the idea in your mind that the point of view I'm talking about is very difficult indeed to acquire, that idea is one you are putting there to stop yourself seeing the other point of view. And above all, you must not take that seriously. It is simply a method of postponing seeing the point now. So you have to see it now or never, because there is only now. If you say, well, tomorrow, the next day, maybe in another dozen lifetimes, I'll be ready. That means, simply and solely, I don't want to be bothered with it now. I'm even not interested in it now, so I've got an excuse for putting it off. Which is fine, that's perfectly okay. You can put it off. There is no reason, there is no compulsion why you should come out of this illusion. That's why Oriental people do not tend, in the same way as Westerners, to be missionaries. And saying it's very urgent that you be saved. It isn't, unless you say so. I mean, unless you are so disturbed by the suffering and the problem of suffering that you've got to find some sort of escape. But if you don't want to, you can stay there. It's okay, there's lots of time. And maybe you'll see through it when you die. At least in the moment of death. You'll see that it was all a fake. So, don't be scared about the idea of the difficulty of it. That's a red herring and it's quite irrelevant. And I don't think that teachers should talk quite so much about this as they do. Saying, oh, this is going to take a long, long time and a lot of practice and many years. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. But that's beside the point. Because it distracts. It's like telling somebody that this is a very difficult book to read and it requires immense powers of concentration. Well, that immediately kills your interest in it. Instead of if I would say, well, now this is a most extraordinary book. This is so fascinating. I've been working on it for years, and every time I just get so involved I can't drop the thing. No? I mean, that's a far more encouraging attitude to a student than, well, it's going to be very difficult. Except to very, very self-hating students who somehow perversely enjoy suffering through it. I suppose that's, of course, a way too. All right, now, if we can see the first part, which is that the ego is purely fictitious, that it is a symbol or image of oneself, plus a sensation of muscular strain occasioned by trying to make this symbol an effective agent, to control emotion, to concentrate, to direct the nervous operations of the organs. Then immediately it is clear that what we have called ourselves, what we have thought of as ourselves, isn't able to do anything at all. There follows this kind of silence, in which there is nothing to do except watch what happens.
Wait, was he part of the place where I worked? 360 no scope?
Let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I literally didn't go anywhere, I just got trolled.
Fine. Moaning bastard.
The moment he entered his manager's office,
Right.
Stanley froze in his tracks.
I don't care
Not
about the
a
fucking
living
room.
soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moan. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
Oh, motherfucker.
he part of the place where I worked? 360 no scope.
I literally didn't go anywhere, I just got trolled.
Fine. Moaning bastard.
The moment he entered his manager's office,
Right.
Stanley froze in his tracks.
I don't care
Not
about the
a
fucking
living
room.
soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half-moan. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Yeah, they are. They disappear.
Oh, motherfucker.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Oh. It's good.
It's all about this guy.
I feel extremely
Just
trolled
shut
right
the
now,
fuck up.
but...
So annoying.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it?
What's going on,
Was it
man?
even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin. The feeling
I
of
appreciate that, man.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Team on beat the game. Alright. But I don't know how I feel about this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, well, let's try.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Alright, so we didn't look at this direction. The warehouse.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another...
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Let's see if I don't have to push the button. Gonna resist.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
And to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He was, and that he could go through. Either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions, and down another was a game with a baby, and he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path. Mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see, we went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way. No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Well, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a spoiler if you want it for another good ending. Good. Okay.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not? All of his co-workers...
Oh, this is cool and trippy. This isn't really my style of a
Stanley
game.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Cool,
memo.
though.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps. Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
What is this door?
I'm
that
getting
I've
weirded
never
out by
opened?
whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart. I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that? No, I'm down. We're leaving it up to the line from now on.
It's like weird you have all these doors, but like...
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood. Cut the music, go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything. Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Anyway, because you seem over it anyways. Go back through the right door and go to the lift thing. You can jump off the lift onto the catwalk, but you have to restart to get out of this ending. Okay.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
That hasn't given me the
Stanley
option
knew
to
the
jump
office
this
layout
whole
like the
time.
back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Half the time that's the button I'm casually hitting in spacebar, like...
When Stanley came to a set of two open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Lift thingy. You meant this lift thingy.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, but in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I looked at it at first thinking I could do that, but then like
this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
spacebar didn't actually do anything because that's,
well.
you know, space.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was
I don't know
grand,
what it is.
majestic. Perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Can you hear the music? Can you hear the audio?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on the keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day, of every month, of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-winning, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
You can hear it
They
alright,
had been
Max, yeah?
made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
And that's not an unrendering.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
I want this narrator
Something
to
he would
narrate my
never
life.
quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say
Wait.
hi. Never in all his years at the company
It's a strange
had
game.
this
It's an indie game.
this complete isolation. Something was very
It's about the
clearly
narrator.
wrong. Shocked, frozen solid,
You are secondary to the
Stanley found
story.
himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Right. Thank you, not paradise. You say, hey, Brad. Waited over an hour and a half from my screen, looking forward to it's too obtuse, thank you. It's lagging a bit. I don't know why. It's skipping frames. I don't know if you guys can hear that and see that. Let's just turn some of these down. Multiple vertical sync, multiple rendering. Oh. It's doing weird things. This is not moving smooth. Thanks, dudes. Alright, I need to turn the sensitivity up. Acceleration. My mouse is going to shoot itself off the back of my desk or something. Right, the thing about this game is that the narrator's just said Stanley got up from his desk and he left his office. So now, if I don't do that, things to do. What are the keys for this game? Edit keys. Duck, use items, take screenshot, that's it. So duck is control and I've got mouse F1. I don't know what's causing it. It's F. Off to a good start. God's sake. Oh. Rangus hasn't even finished yet. Maybe it needed a restart. And then another voting screen. Ah, right, that's like half the time it was.
This is the story of a man named...
Yes, we can skip that bit. It's still laggy, it's skipping frames, man. And I'm getting 150. Oh, maybe I have to restart because I turned off that thing. It's a bit better. Excuse me. No, there's something wrong with the game. Oh. We'll see how far we can get before everything dies. It's really off putting up and have a crosshair in the middle. Oh. Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Audio back. I don't like it. Izimon. Is that how I pronounce that? Cheers. This fat shit reported for duty. I want to go back in. Ouch. Ouch. Right,
No
memo.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No, they're not here. Just... Just gonna chip out for a second. That's worse. What is going on? Okay, so I know it's tiny in the corner, but I'm still getting them lag problems. I don't know. I don't think it's OBS. I haven't just started the game yet and I've not even been live for 10 minutes. Oh, now that. Oh, for God's sake. I just picked up the game now. Right, okay. Wait a second. Let's see if I can get this sorted somehow. This is like 5 frames a second, George. This is an old ass game. I don't know why it's doing that. just restarted. I was thinking about that. I'm still dropping frames everywhere. This is weird. First stream, right? Thank you. Yeah, it's I'm not worried, the game's just it's really weird. Can't see who's just subscribed because I've lost OBS for some reason. Followed rather. Oh hi Mike. It's called the Stanley Parable, but I'm having a couple of problems with it, and I don't know why. Every setting I change, it doesn't seem to adjust it. So let's close a couple of things off. It's me. Thanks for following, dude. 27, breaking them in. Advanced. It keeps being. Right, I'm just going to close it. Hold on, guys. Okay. Yeah, there's 11 players, but it's going weird, so I might just have to
All
stick
of
with
his
it.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And if it gets really bad, then hope for the best.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The longer I have it open, the better it will run. I don't know, maybe things are cold. Oh, I've completely covered the vents on my PC. Now this can get boring if you're not into this kind of game. Oh, where's room 420? What lovely art. Look at the view out the window. Jesus. It's a very disorganised office, there's shit everywhere. So the idea of the game is I've got to find my way out. But this guy's talking about me all the time, and if I don't do what he says, he gets angry.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, if I can keep doing this, and then he'll say something else. I've turned the computer off. I'm back. I'm back. Touchy, touchy. Touchy, touchy. Such for you. Thanks very much for watching. I'm joking. The door. Sounds like it's going to open. I'll sit here all day. I want you to talk. Please. It's still dropping frames, but it's alright. What happens if I go back? No. Art. Appreciate the art. Bro, there's a gamer girl. No, back, you're a gamer girl. You're a gamer girl. It's a night I can't jump, and the audio keeps going as well, like it's the game rather than it's my frame rate. There was a HD remaster of this game. I don't know if there's a pack I can download so it runs better, but I might do that if I play it again. I hate Mondays. I know, cut. Me too. Oh, we've gone too far. Right, okay, let's carry on. The thing with this game is that there are sort of interrogations and a question mark.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What do I do? Do I go through the door on the left, or what do I do? I feel like I want to go through the door on the right. Do the one on the right. I know I'm going to do the one on the right. Of course I'm going to do the one on the right. Like I don't care. You pull on me, I'll shoot you. I feel like if I stand here and don't do anything, he's going to say something. I don't know how long the times are before I'm saying something is, so I could just be standing here for half an hour. There is an achievement in this game that I can't see because it means quitting the game. There is an achievement that is do not play the game for 5 years. And if you go on after 5 years and a day, you get the achievement. And it's quite often comes up in a list of achievements that are, you know, like getting 100% in the game or pattern achievements and stuff like that. Right. Door on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yes, I'd like to admire the employee lounge. Look at the art. 445. So we were going down and now we're going up in numbers. What does it mean? I was for about 5 minutes, and then about 2 people left. So there is a balance between getting people to watch me and people going away. As they say.
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all.
Beck was
He
right.
seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
I didn't have the time to stand around not doing anything. Oh. The Revo, if you look carefully, is Husqvarna motorcycles. It's got nothing to do with the cars or Golf or Volkswagen. My dad knows the guy. Flex. I want to go through there. Look at that art. That art looks great. I want art. There's more. There should be more art. This is not art. What's this box say? And it's a big sticker. Can you imagine the barcode ready for that song? Flex. If I get rid of the hat shine off of my head, really, and now there's a line. It's not even that tight. Friends. Oh. I've just realised, Simon, it's you. It's I, Simon. I thought it was Isamon. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, there we go. I knew it wouldn't take long. My camera. Wait a minute. I've got my camera set up. I wanted to use my X70, which I can actually plug into USB and it won't discharge the battery, but my 6D that I've got up here, massive overkill. There's someone we haven't got in here. I need to message someone. There we go. My phone is very hot. That's why I'm not getting many views. I've just seen that Markiplier and Minilad are online. So they've got all the 100,000 people currently on Twitch. Can I close the door?
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring.
Take it
It
in,
had
lads.
really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
He's quite beautiful.
Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
So now what do? I just stand here? So what I was saying about my camera is I don't actually have an AC adapter for the wall plug.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in
It
the
discharges
room.
the battery.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
I like it. It's fun.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Oh man. I want to touch more things.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Yes.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
The game is now self-aware. It's going to open up my Amazon account and buy things. Is it 11:30 in the morning? Well, yeah, of course it is, because it's bright outside. Brad, well done. What's that point? Well, I mean, he did say he wasn't going to say anything. Oh, I thought that's a naughty. Why is the coffee machine not plugged in? This is just a waiting game. Who farted? I died? No. Number one, Dad. Number one, Dad. I missed out the hash. I died. No. Number one, Dad. Nothing to worry about, kids. Your dad's alright.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room
That's
and
it.
took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
George, you need to be following it in order to be entertained by it. I hope you are entertained by it. So I'm supposed to go that way, which presumably is a cut through to get back to the other side, but... Oh, look at this.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, bro. So the door's shut behind me. So this is one of the, obviously the first where you go left, that ends in a 50-50 split between the different endings you can get, and now this has narrowed that down, so there's going to be a couple more places like falling off and dying, or I think I missed the broom cupboard. I watched Jacksepticeye and PewDiePie play this. I think they played it very similar times to each other. What do I do here? Do not jump from cargo lift while it is in motion. What is it? How do you...
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Little pants. So that's one ending. And we're back to the beginning again. But the thing is now that I don't have to hold around waiting for him to say things because we know what he says and he can just go quickly through them. So although it is... Yes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now, where do I go? Do I go left door or do I go right door? Because if I go
Stanley
right
came
door...
to a set of two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
But we can go to the right door and then I can do things.
This was not the
Something
correct
else.
way to the
Perhaps
meeting
was
room,
that.
and Stanley
How do
knew
you do
it
this?
well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
No.
first, just to admire it.
Oh, very messy. John.
Wow. Yes. This building. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room. Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Is that different? That's different. So I'm not going to hang around because last time
Yes, really.
That's the same.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Right. I don't know if there's any other endings down that way. I think there is. Hey Matt. One of my
And
first
so he
followers.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
So the visual storytelling in this game is quite, or the pathfinding rather, is quite obvious. Like you're just walking down the street playing a game, in a game, and there's someone standing at the side of the road and this person's lit up like a lighthouse. And then you click on them, lo and behold, oh, there's a side quest. I wonder how that happened. I'm a genius. This is very obvious. We have a platform on the left, or the door that leads to another door on the right. But you weren't expecting that. So this is back to where we would have gone before.
Yet there is not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of desperate relief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Wednesday, second. We're broke Wednesday. Financial panic meeting. Every business ever. Mergers, ideas and development, pre-review of weekly review, parking floors meeting, then a month's meeting outside on a Friday because you want to go into work, because it means that you have to do something on the last day of the week. What to do about 432?
Stanley just stood there doing nothing at all. He seems to think I have nothing better to do with my time than to sit around and describe every fascinating little detail of his inability to do anything. This is why Stanley and I are on such good terms.
So every time I stand around, the first time I stand around, see if she says that. I don't know. I think 432. I know there's a Jonesy. I know there's a door for it. Like I said with the 5-year achievement, there's a door that you can click on, and if you click on the door 50 times, you get an achievement. It's a bit weird. I just want to reach it. Roster. RSO001. There is an allow it. Complete today's unfinished agenda items right next to today's agenda reflect. Reflect. Catch up. Yes. Cost efficient. Get Chris out the broom closet. The broom closet. We need to go have a shitty shammy in the broom closet. 432. I don't know what 432 is in reference to. High quarterly post review. So you have no idea what this company does. 402 and 405 want to get rid of death, sport, abortion and crime review schedule, but I think it's a stupid idea. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in the teenage demographic. And then the teenagers and the size of the demographic, they would spare teenagers a lot of percent. Throw something in the ideas bin. 20 no more bin. 2010. What do people want? Things. The happy feelings. Mike James, you are fired. People don't want to be happy, Mike James. Money, more money, things. But with money to buy more things, graphs about things and money, we have our new product. Graphs about things and money. Stock market is somewhere here. Coloured in red stripes. Requires more secondary research. Stripes. Number of slides on this slide. Charts and slides. Which chart on the same side to get the same information? Rate of increase of graphs per slide. Please no more charts, I'm begging. Stop. And your boss appreciation unit worksheet. Circle the top 20 things you love most about your boss. Finish your booklet and referring it to your boss appreciation specialist. Solving interpersonal conflict. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but are more inclined towards yourself, and if you're the kind of person who incites conflict, why did we hire you? What are your dreams for the future? Talk radio, football, Planet Life, less air. That is a future dream. Less air. Pollution. Is that less air like you're going to suffocate, or best airline pollution. This company must procrastinate more than me. Yeah, me too. How to solve a dispute with a co-worker. Let it all up inside you. Taking out passive aggressively on other co-workers. Resent co-workers for not supporting you more. Threaten. Make sure your slider stick blue graphics in the header. Throw some bevel on the text. This will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique. You most of all. I feel like there's a thing here I'm not picking up. Like one of these things is not like the other. Mitosis. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market. Parad. Monetize free to play. Monetize free to play. Which brings us on to our sponsor, Raid Shadow. Yes!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, he didn't. He stayed in here for a while. Doing?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet buffet.
Oh dear.
Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
So you should be. Hey Reese, how's it going, brother? We are playing this.
There's no choice or anything in here. If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. Did you mean mechanically? Because literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
So Reese joins the stream. You're finding me live from a broom closet.
It's very much. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find it so.
Hey babe. I didn't realise he went off so much.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very different conclusion about what's going on right
Can
now.
somebody clip that? I'm dead.
Got to his room closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapse.
Oh.
In a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
I'm not Stanley.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer. They can
Reese, I'm not
surely
entirely sure that's how I've
understand
got it set up in
first-person
Nightbot.
video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary
Did you
of this
like the
game
broom
is
cover
not
ending?
lost on them. Alright, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
It's alright, bro. I'll be able to cut it off. I want to stay here now. He said so much. It's like there's going to be more to be said. We've got 5 people watching me and I don't want to lose anyone through boredom. Hello Phobia, thank you very much. What are we up to now? 28, not bad. Thank you. It cost a lot of money. Well, a long time ago, it cost me a lot of money when I was doing my photography bit. That's okay, dude. So I need my camera to be by my other screen because I look over there away from the camera to talk to you. So I don't know, I might have to work something out, but the first monitor a little bit further that way, put the camera in the middle of the two. I've got one vertical and one horizontal. Right, it's not sounding, is it?
Ah, certainly. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
So they actually think I'm dead. And I'm someone else that's randomly come across my room. You've got college work to do. Yeah, that's no problem, man. It's, if Reese stays around, and I've got a mod in here, converse amongst yourselves.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Paramedics taken over. CPR didn't work, and the heart machine's just... Go upstairs. I'm going downstairs. Lord, I'm out. Why is there bird shit? Are we near outside? Secret sentences in this stream. Hey man, look, I am bored. You just won't own it. It took me long enough. Inspiration at its finest. Can I do something with the fire hose? I want to turn the fire hose on. This dude squats for days. Honestly, his arse must be touching the floor, or he's actually on his knees. Let's go crawling.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired from there. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone would vanish. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
Okay, bro.
I'm dreaming! He yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. He thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
What the
Then
hell?
he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley
Mum?
marveled that he had still not woken up.
Mum,
How was he remaining so
I'm tripping
lucid?
balls, Mum.
And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he
Picking
thought
up,
it
Mum,
all
and they've
very
started
odd,
describing
and
my
wondered
star
if
sign.
This voice spoke to all people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin,
I think this
the
happens when you
press
take
of
too
the
long.
mattress on his back, the fresh air of the world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
I don't know who this is, but I want to listen to an audio book that he's written.
Okay.
Wrote. Read. Channel.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only in a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
She didn't call the police. Or an ambulance. Tried to see if he was okay. If I was... Oh. It didn't. And we're back to the beginning again. Ending number 2. Right, time for ending number 3. So I'm still going to go right.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
That's different. That's different. What was... Who was it said? Someone said in the chat. Jonesy, 4:32. It's just a pencil. What? The end is never the end. That wasn't there before. Okay, this is picking up a bit now. This is getting a bit more farted. That can't have been there before. That wasn't there before. Someone tell me that wasn't there before. There's got to be something. 432. I can't click anything, he's not saying much. Chair? Can't do anything with the chair. I'm clicking like mad. No, it didn't. Oh. How the Mighty Have Fallen weekly edition. Push. Eh. Right. Oh! I jumped. No. I just climbed over those boxes. Break the tap, man. Yeah, I know. I need the camera like up here if it's gonna be just pure side profile. Teabagging your monitor. I feel like that updates every time you finish an ending now. Now I've died. I mean, I died before. Oh, there goes the camera. Why does it... Is that every 30 minutes? I think it's every 30 minutes. Simply saying, I'm mature. Like a fart jokes in your stream. Right, so I think we've done everything here. I don't think there's another entrance or an exit that we can go through because nothing's opening and he's not going to say anything. I don't think anything happens like you can... Can I take the art? I want the art. Let's love the art. I like art. That's 4B3. That's definitely a B on that door, isn't it?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I've done that last time. Can I? Yes, I can sort of climb. That's probably not new. That's probably something I've not noticed before. That's the only computer that is on is in 447. The rest of them have just got coding screens. I feel like I could just tries to complete a game 3 times.
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace, its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
So that...
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. Room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yeah, 447. So he just said there was something dark about this room. So there was something in this room. There was an ending.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Yes, everybody hates me, I get it. I can't get in that corner. I want the plant.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Yes,
but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
5th Annual Subcommittee Meeting of Internal Revenue Analysis for Committees of the Royal Revenue Discussions Club. No, girls. I'll read that. Look at me move my head, I could just move the mouth. Recommendations from oversight committees. Words. Look guys, this one just says words. Literally. Fuel. There's a mark on the floor. The Stanley parable. Click everything. Stanley's getting violated. It's just absolute fun.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Right, so I'm supposed to go left. I didn't go left. I did go left last time, but I feel like I want to go straight again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Boxes. Pick everything. Pick all of the things. Chair. Nothing up there, nothing I can get to. Caution, do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. I am lying. Paradox. Hit one. So I feel like there's something that we need to... You see that? Achievement, look. You can't jump. Is it because I tried to get up the ladder? I mean, you naturally just push the space bar. I feel like that gave that at a certain time. Like I can jump, but they're not telling me what button it... Oh. It is. Stanley's getting violated life lessons. I mean, I saw that. I don't mind heights. Just I have a very...
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not
Yes.
sure you really are. I realize that investing in your
Yeah,
trust
why
in
not?
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Different ending.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her? I don't know who her is. Right, so
This
we're
is
in...
it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Mom, you come back. Let me on. So this is like the same room. Why is there architects' drawings and blueprints? Ah. Jump off when I'm above the gantry. Okay, Boomer. Rent a fence. Why would you want to rent a fence that's permanently stuck into the concrete?